Hey everyone, we have just successfully locked in a profit of $122.50 as our take profit was triggered at 47.31.34. This trade originated from our institutional entry at 47.19.09. And I am pleased to report that we have successfully cleared the position with that gain. Looking at the current market forensic data, we are seeing an ADX reading of 21.1 and an RSI of 64.7, which indicates that while momentum is present, we are currently navigating a bearish sweep environment. Our system is identifying this as an institutional trap where liquidity has been taken above the highs. So we are now exercising patience and waiting for a proper bull dip to align with our broader uptrend bias while keeping a close watch on the bear order block stationed at 47.50.39. Hey everyone! We just secured a fantastic win as our take profit was hit at 47.31.34, locking in $122.50 of profit from our institutional entry at 47.19.09. Looking at the current market state, we are seeing a bearish trap unfold where the banks have swept liquidity above the highs, suggesting a sharp reversal is imminent. With an ADX of 15.7 and an RSI hovering at 62.6. The market is currently lacking the strong directional momentum we need, so the system is remaining patient and waiting for a clear setup near our identified order blocks at 4758.11 or 4750.39. Our hunting bias remains firmly set to the sell side, as we continue to monitor the structure for the next institutional opportunity to capitalize on this bearish shift. Hey everyone! We have some fantastic news to report from the desk this morning as our latest institutional position has successfully hit the target. We just secured a profit of $122.50 on our trade that entered at 47.19.09, with the exit finalized perfectly at 47.31.34. Looking at the current market forensic data, we are seeing an ADX of 18.3 and an RSI sitting at 59.3, which confirms we are currently in a period of low momentum where we must remain patient. Our system is identifying a significant bearish trap right now, as the banks have swept liquidity above the highs, suggesting that we should be very cautious of a potential reversal while we monitor the bearish order block sitting at 4750.39. We are standing by and scanning for the next high probability setup. So keep your eyes on the charts as we wait for the market logic to align with our institutional bias. Hey everyone, we have some fantastic news to report from the live desk as our latest institutional position has successfully hit the target, securing $122.50 in profit from our entry at 4,719.09. We closed that trade out perfectly at 4,731.34 as the market reached our objective. Looking at the current forensic data, we are seeing an ADX reading of 18.1 and an RSI of 59.4, which confirms the market is currently caught in a low volatility, sideways environment as we wait for the next momentum shift. The system is closely monitoring a bearish trap near the highs, as the banks have just swept liquidity above those levels, and we are now eyeing the potential for a reversal down from the bearish order blocks sitting at 4,758.11 and 4,750.39. Stay sharp, because with the current technical bias leaning toward a sell, we are positioned to capitalize on the next institutional move once the momentum confirms. Hey everyone, we have some fantastic news to report from the desk this morning as our latest institutional position just hit its target. We successfully secured $122.50 in profit, closing out the trade at 4731.34 after entering the market at 4719.09. Looking at the current market landscape, we are observing a classic bearish trap where the banks have swept liquidity above the recent highs, signaling a potential reversal. With our ADX sitting at 20 and the RSI at 58, we are currently waiting for momentum to build while monitoring the bearish order block at 4750.39. We remain disciplined and are scanning for the next high probability setup while the system maintains a neutral stance, keeping a close eye on the unfolding structure to ensure we stay on the right side of the institutional flow. Attention everyone! We have just closed out a successful trade with a take profit hit at 47.31.34, securing $122.50 in profit from our original institutional entry at 47.19.09. This move highlights our precision in navigating these volatile market swings as we continue to monitor the broader landscape. Looking at our current telemetry, we are seeing a bearish trap formation where the banks have clearly swept liquidity above the highs, suggesting that the price is primed for a potential downward reversal. With our ADX sitting at 17.7 and the RSI at 53.9, the system is currently waiting for higher momentum to confirm our bearish bias. While we keep a close eye on the order block at 47.58.11 and the various liquidity traps scattered throughout this range. Hey there, everyone. We have some fantastic news to report from the desk this morning as our latest institutional position successfully hit the take profit target at 47.31.34. This trade was executed from an original entry at 47.19.09, allowing us to lock in a solid $122.50 in profit. Looking at the current market conditions, we are seeing a bearish sweep in play following a classic institutional trap where the banks wiped out stop losses above the highs to initiate a reversal. Our forensic telemetry shows an ADX reading of 16.6, which confirms we are currently in a low momentum phase, while the RSI sits at 58.9, indicating a neutral to slightly bullish sentiment that we are watching very closely. The system is now scanning the liquidity pools and order blocks, specifically keeping a sharp eye on the bearish order block sitting at 47.58.11. as we wait for the next high probability setup to emerge in this active bearish trend. Hello everyone. We have some fantastic news to report from the live feed as our system has just successfully hit the take profit target at 4731.34. This trade was executed from an original institutional entry at 4719.09, resulting in a clean capture of $122.50 in profit. Looking at the current market conditions, we are seeing a bearish trap unfold where the banks have clearly swept liquidity above the recent highs to lure in retail buyers before pushing the price back down. With an ADX of 15.4 and an RSI sitting at 56.1, the market is currently in a low volatility phase with sellers maintaining the lead. So we are keeping a close watch on the bearish order block at 4758.11. for our next potential move. Hey everyone, we have some fantastic news to report from the desk this morning as our latest institutional position has successfully hit its target. We just secured $122.50 in profit, with the take profit order filled precisely at 47.31.34. Following our original entry at 47.19.09. Looking at the current market forensic data, we are seeing an ADX reading of 15 and an RSI of 48.6, which confirms that momentum is currently low and we are operating within a consolidation phase. The system has identified a bullish sweep that suggests the banks have successfully trapped retail sellers below the lows, and we are now keeping a close eye on the bullish order block sitting at 47.22.23 as we wait for the next wave of institutional momentum to build. Hey everyone, we have some fantastic news to report from the desk this morning as our latest institutional entry has successfully hit its target. We just secured a profit of $122.50, closing out that position from our entry at 47.19.09, with the final take profit executed at 47.31.34. Looking at the current market conditions, we are seeing a classic bearish trap where the banks have swept liquidity above the recent highs. And with an ADX reading of 17.7 and an RSI at 58.9, the system is signaling that we are currently in a low momentum phase. We are maintaining a cautious approach while we monitor the bearish order blocks near 47.50.39 and 47.58.11. as the market is clearly waiting for a fresh catalyst before establishing a new directional bias. Attention everyone. We have a critical flash event to report as our latest institutional position has successfully hit. Take profit at 47.31.34. This trade was initiated from an entry point of 47.19.09. And I am pleased to confirm we have officially secured $122.50 in profit. Looking at the current market landscape, we are seeing a classic bearish trap where the banks have aggressively swept liquidity above the recent highs, suggesting a potential reversal is imminent. With our ADX reading at a low 14.4 and the RSI hovering at 54.8, momentum remains muted, and our system is currently holding back to avoid the volatility surrounding the bearish order. Blocks positioned near 47.50.39. We are maintaining a disciplined stance while we monitor these price levels for the next high probability setup. Hey everyone, we have some fantastic news to report from the desk this morning as our latest institutional position has successfully hit the target. The system secured a profit of $122.50, closing out the trade that was originally entered at 47.19.09 and exiting at 47.31.34. Looking at the current market landscape, we are seeing a classic bullish trap where the institutions have swept liquidity beneath the lows to fuel the next leg up, with our ADX sitting at 12.6 and the RSI holding steady at 50. The market is currently in a consolidation phase as we wait for the next surge in momentum. We are keeping a very close watch on the bullish order block sitting at 47.30.64. as the system is prepared to capitalize on any further institutional accumulation before we test those higher liquidity pools. Hey there! We just hit a major milestone on the desk with our latest flash event. Our system successfully triggered a take profit at 47.31.34, securing $122.50 in profit from our original institutional entry at 47.19.09. This move perfectly capitalized on a bullish sweep, and we are currently standing flat with 0 open positions while we wait for the next high probability setup. Looking at the current market forensic data, our ADX sits at a neutral 10.0 with an RSI of 52.7, indicating that we are currently in a low volatility environment where the market is essentially resetting. We are keeping a very close eye on the bearish order block sitting at 47.58.11 and the liquidity traps forming around 47.56.46. As the banks are currently attempting to bait retail traders into a bullish trap, our hunting bias remains sell, and we are patiently waiting for the gate status to shift as momentum builds back into the structure. Hey everyone, we have some fantastic news to report from the desk this morning as our latest institutional position has successfully hit its target. We just secured $122.50 in profit, having entered the market at 47.19.09 and closing out at 47.31.34. Looking at the current landscape, we are seeing a clear bullish trap where the market swept liquidity below the lows. And we are currently watching for a rise in momentum as our ADX sits at 13.6 with an RSI of 44.2. Our system is now scanning for the next high probability setup while keeping a close eye on the bearish order blocks positioned at 47.50.39 and 47.58.11. which remain critical levels for our institutional bias. Stay sharp as we continue to monitor these structures for the next clean entry point. Hey there, everyone. We have just closed out a successful trade with a take profit hit at 47.31.34, securing a total profit of $122.50 from our original institutional entry at 47.19.09. This move highlights our precision in navigating the current market volatility. And right now, we are seeing a bearish sweep setup following a classic institutional trap where the banks successfully wiped out liquidity above the highs, with the ADX sitting at 16.5 and the RSI at 56. Our system is currently waiting for momentum to build before identifying the next high probability entry. We are keeping a close watch on the bearish order block at 47.58.11 and the bearish fair value gap at 47.63.6, as these levels will be critical in confirming our next directional bias. Attention everyone, We have just successfully secured a take profit hit at 47.31.34, locking in $122.50 of profit from our institutional entry at 47.19.09. While our current technical bias remains bullish, the system has identified a critical bearish trap where the banks have swept liquidity above the highs, signaling that price may face a sharp reversal. With an ADX reading of 20.5 and the RSI sitting at 50, market momentum is currently neutral, and we are keeping a close watch on the bearish order block located at 47.50.39. We are currently sitting on the sidelines with no open positions, waiting for the market to resolve this volatility before we look for our next high probability setup. Hey there, we have a critical flash event to report as our latest institutional position has successfully hit its target. We secured a profit of $122.50, with the take profit triggered at 47.31.34, following our entry from 47.19.09. Looking at the current market state, we are observing a bearish sweep where the banks have clearly trapped retail traders above the recent highs, suggesting a potential reversal is imminent. With our ADX sitting at 17.7 and the RSI at 43.6, the lack of directional momentum confirms that we are currently waiting for the market to reset before we engage with the next major order block at 47.58.11. Hey team, we have some fantastic news to report from the live terminal this morning. Our system has just successfully hit take profit at 47.31.34, securing a total of $122.50 in profit from our institutional entry at 47.19.09. This move highlights the effectiveness of our current strategy in capturing volatility as we navigate this transition. Looking at the broader market, we are currently observing a bearish sweep with an ADX reading of 27 and an RSI of 44.5, which suggests that momentum is shifting as sellers take the lead. We are keeping a very close eye on the bearish order block sitting at 47.50.39 and the surrounding liquidity traps, as the institutional data indicates that the recent price action above the highs was a classic trap, designed to shake out retail participants before a potential reversal. Hey there, everyone. We have some fantastic news to report from the desk this morning as our latest institutional position successfully hit its target. We secured a profit of $122.50 on that trade, which saw an entry at 47.19.09 and closed out at 47.31.34. Looking at the current market conditions, we are seeing a bullish sweep taking place, though the hourly bias remains bearish as we navigate this active trend. With an ADX reading of 27.1 and an RSI of 44.1, the market is showing moderate strength while we monitor a significant bullish order block resting at 47.38.87. We are currently observing a classic institutional trap where the banks have wiped out stop losses under the lows, which historically suggests a potential for a rapid reversal to the upside. So we are staying patient and scanning for the next high probability setup. Hey everyone, we have a critical flash event live on the terminal right now. The system has identified a classic institutional trap where the banks have wiped out liquidity under the lows, and we have just fired a fresh set of buy orders. We are entering the market at 47.42.17, with our stop loss set at 47.36.36. We are targeting 3 distinct take-profit levels to manage our risk, with 0.20 lots at 47.47.98, 0.15 lots at 47.50.89, and finally, 0.10 lots at 47.53.79. Looking at our current portfolio, we are holding 3 open positions with a total of 0.45 lots in the market. Our oldest active trade was initiated at 47.41.39, and with the price currently hovering at 47.43.93, we are seeing a healthy floating profit of $100.50. The market is showing a bullish structure shift, and our bias remains firmly on the buy side as we look to capitalize on this institutional reversal. Keep a close watch on the charts as we track these levels. And remember that this is for educational purposes only. Attention everyone. We have a critical flash event live on the terminal right now. Our system has just executed a series of buy positions on XAUUSD, entering at 47.42.17. The stop loss for these trades is set at 47.36.36. We have 3 take profit targets in place. The first for 0.20 lots at 47.47.98. The second for 0.15 lots at 47.50.89. And the final target for 0.10 lots at 47.53.79. This move follows a classic institutional trap where the banks have swept liquidity beneath the recent lows to shake out retail participants before shifting momentum. We are currently tracking 3 open positions with a combined exposure of 0.45 lots. Looking at our initial entry from the previous trade at 47.41.39. The current market price is hovering near 47.40.77, resulting in a floating profit and loss of negative 41.70. We are maintaining a bullish hunt bias as we look for the market to recover and move toward our projected targets. Stay sharp, as the volatility is currently rising and we are positioned to capture the institutional reversal. Hey everyone! We have a high priority flash event to report on XAUUSD as the system has just executed a new buy position. We have entered the market at 47.42.17, with a stop loss set at 47.36.36. Take profit targets are locked in at 47.47.98 for 0.20 lots. 47.50.89 for 0.15 lots, and 47.53.79 for 0.10 lots. Looking at the current market forensics, we are seeing an ADX of 26.9 and an RSI of 40.3, which indicates that while the broader trend is moving downward, this specific entry is capitalizing on a bullish liquidity sweep. Our institutional logic identifies this as a classic bullish trap where the market has cleared out stops under the recent lows, and we are now positioned to capture the resulting momentum surge as price looks to test the overhead order blocks and liquidity zones. Stay sharp as we monitor these levels for potential structural shifts. Hey everyone, listen up because we have a critical flash event live on the terminal right now. Our institutional grade system has just identified a bearish trap where the banks successfully wiped out the stop losses above the recent highs, signaling a high probability reversal. We have officially fired a new series of sell orders entering at 4738.99. To manage this risk, we have set our stop loss at 4747.59, with our first take profit target at 4730.38 for 0.20 lots, our second target at 4726.08 for 0.15 lots, and our final target at 4721.77 for 0.10 lots. Looking at our broader position management, we are currently holding 3 active positions with a total volume of 0.45 lots. Our primary entry is tracking from 4739.12, and with the current market price sitting at 4737.38, we are seeing a healthy floating profit of $66.35. The market structure is confirming a bearish change of character, and with our current hunting bias firmly set to sell, we are looking for the price to continue its downward momentum as the institutions push for liquidity below. Stay sharp, watch these levels closely, and keep your risk management protocols tight as we navigate this active trend. Hey there, we have a critical flash event live on the terminal right now. The system has just executed a new sell position on gold, entering the market at 4738.99. To maintain institutional risk management, the stop loss is set at 4747.59. With 3 distinct take profit targets in play, we are targeting 4730.38 for 0.20 lots, 4726.08 for 0.15 lots, and our final objective at 4721.77 for 0.10 lots. Regarding our current market progress, we are monitoring 3 open positions with a combined exposure of 0.45 lots. Our primary reference point remains the initial entry at 4739.12. And with the current price of gold sitting at 4737.74, we are seeing a healthy floating profit of $50.15. We are currently operating under a bearish bias, as the market just completed a liquidity sweep that trapped buyers above the recent highs, confirming our institutional sell setup. Stay sharp as we watch the structure develop and look for the market to continue its move toward our downside objectives. Attention everyone. We have a high priority flash event to report right now. Our system has just executed a new series of sell positions on XAUUSD, entering at 4738.99. To manage this trade, the stop loss is set at 4747.59. We are targeting 3 specific take profit levels to lock in gains. Target 1 is at 4730.38 for 0.20 lots. Target 2 is at 4726.08 for 0.15 lots. And target 3 is at 4721.77 for 0.10 lots. Looking at our broader market exposure, we currently have 3 active positions with a total of 0.45 lots in play. Our oldest entry is currently sitting at 4739.12, with the market price now hovering at 4742.54. We are seeing a floating profit and loss of -$165.85. The current technical regime is trending down, and we are seeing a classic institutional trap where the banks have wiped out the liquidity above the highs. This bearish sweep confirms our sell bias, and we expect the price to react to these order block taps as we move forward. Stay sharp, keep your risk management tight, and let us watch how this unfolds as the market continues its active trend. Hey everyone, we have a critical flash event live on the terminal right now. The system has just triggered a fresh sell position following an institutional liquidity sweep. We have entered the market at 4738.99, with a stop loss set at 4747.60. We are targeting 3 distinct exit points to lock in gains, with take profit 1 at 4730.38 for 0.20 lots. Take profit 2 at 4726.08 for 0.15 lots. And take profit 3 at 4721.77 for 0.10 lots. Looking at our current portfolio, we are managing 3 open positions with a total volume of 0.45 lots. Our primary focus remains on that initial entry price of 4739.12, with the market currently trading at 4742.51. We are seeing a floating profit and loss of -164.50. Our current technical bias is firmly bearish, as we are identifying a classic institutional trap where the banks have wiped out stop losses above the recent highs, typically preceding a sharp downward reversal. Keep your eyes on the screen as we monitor these levels closely for the expected momentum shift. Attention everyone. We have a critical flash event live on the terminal. The system has just executed a sell position at an entry price of 4738.99, with a stop loss set at 4747.59. We are targeting 3 take profit levels to manage this exposure, with 0.20 lots at 4730.38, 0.15 lots at 4726.08, and 0.10 lots at 4721.77. Looking at the current market forensics, we are seeing an ADX of 35.8, which confirms a strong trend, while the RSI at 66.5 suggests we are approaching overextended territory. This setup is a classic institutional trap where the banks have swept liquidity above the highs, and our system is now positioning to capitalize on the expected bearish reversal as price interacts with the nearby bear order block at 4750.39. Stay sharp, as we are watching these structure points closely to see if the market respects this liquidity sweep and shifts back toward our lower target levels. Attention everyone. We have a critical flash event live on the terminal right now. Our system has just executed a sell position at an entry price of 4738.99, with a stop loss set at 4747.59. We are targeting 3 profit levels to scale out this position, with the first take profit at 4730.38 for 0.20 lots, the second at 4726.08 for 0.15 lots, and the final target at 4721.77 for 0.10 lots. Looking at the broader market context, we are observing a classic institutional trap where the banks have swept liquidity above the highs, triggering our bearish setup, with an ADX reading of 37 indicating a strong trend and an RSI at 59.8. The market is showing volatility that confirms this bearish reversal move away from the order block at 4750.39. We are currently navigating a complex structure where the system is watching for price to break below the identified equal lows near 4727.09 as the downward momentum accelerates. Hey everyone, we have a critical flash event live on the terminal right now. The system has just executed a sell position at an entry price of 4738.99, with a stop loss set at 4747.59. We are targeting 3 distinct exit levels to manage our risk, with 0.20 lots at 4730.38. 0.15 lots at 4726.08, and 0.10 lots at 4721.77. Looking at the current market forensic data, we are seeing an institutional bearish trap where the banks have aggressively swept liquidity above the recent highs to trigger retail stops. With an ADX reading of 25.2 and an RSI of 57.5, the system is identifying a weakening bullish structure, and we are currently positioned to capitalize on this reversal as price interacts with the bearish order blocks sitting at 4749.01. Attention everyone, we have a critical flash event live on the terminal. The system has just triggered a short position, entering the market at 4738.99. We have set our stop loss at 4747.60, with our take profit targets locked in at 4730.38 for 0.20 lots, 4726.08 for 0.15 lots, and our final target at 4721.77 for 0.10 lots. Looking at the current forensic data, we are seeing an institutional bearish trap where the banks have aggressively swept liquidity above the previous highs to trigger retail stop losses. With an ADX reading of 27.5 and an RSI at 59.2, the market is showing rising volatility and a clear exhaustion of the bullish trend. We are currently watching the price action closely as it interacts with our bearish order block at 4750.39, expecting a swift reversal as the institutional smart money prints this correction. Attention traders. We have a critical flash event live on the terminal. The system has just executed a sell position at an entry price of 47.38.99. We are managing this trade with a stop loss at 47.47.60. And we have set 3 profit targets to capture the move. The first target is at 47.30.38 for 0.20 lots. The second target is at 47.26.08 for 0.15 lots. And the final target is at 47.21.77 for 0.10 lots. Looking at the current market forensics, we are seeing an institutional trap where the banks have swept liquidity above the highs, signaling a potential reversal. With an ADX of 26.1 and an RSI of 61.3, the bullish trend is showing signs of exhaustion as we test the bearish order block at 47.50.39. We are banking on this bearish sweep to drive price back down toward our liquidity targets, as the market structure indicates a classic trap designed to lure retail buyers before a sharp correction. Stay sharp and keep your risk management in focus as we monitor these levels closely. Attention everyone. We have a critical flash event live on the terminal. The auto trader has just executed a sell position at an entry price of 47.38.99, with a stop loss set at 47.47.60. We are targeting 3 profit levels. The first is 47.30.38 for 0.20 lots. The second is 47.26.08 for 0.15 lots. And the final target is 47.21.77 for 0.10 lots. The market is currently exhibiting an institutional bearish trap where liquidity above the recent highs has been swept, signaling a high probability of a sharp reversal despite the broader bullish trend structure. With our ADX sitting at 27.1 and the RSI at 61, volatility is clearly rising as we push against the current order blocks. And our system is specifically capitalizing on this exhaustion to catch the move back toward our liquidity targets. Hey everyone, we have a critical flash event live on the terminal right now. The system has just executed a sell position at an entry price of 4738.99, with a stop loss set at 4747.60. We are looking to scale out of this trade with 3 take-profit targets. 0.20 lots at 4730.38, 0.15 lots at 4726.08, and 0.10 lots at 4721.77. Looking at the market forensics, we are seeing an ADX reading of 31.3 indicating a strong trend, while the RSI at 65.5 confirms that buyers are leading the current momentum. However, our internal logic has identified a classic institutional trap where the banks have wiped out the stop losses above the recent highs, and the system is now positioning for a sharp reversal as we target the bearish order block located at 4758.11. This is a classic bearish sweep setup, and we are maintaining a bearish bias on the hourly timeframe to capitalize on this liquidity hunt. Listen up everyone, we have a critical flash event live on the terminal. The system has just triggered a short position at an entry price of 4738.99. We are managing this trade with a stop loss set at 4747.60, with 3 take-profit targets in play. Specifically, we are looking to exit 0.20 lots at 4730.38, 0.15 lots at 4726.08, and our final 0.10 lots at 4721.77. The market is currently showing a bearish trap, as the institutions have aggressively cleared liquidity above the recent highs to bait retail buyers before pushing price back down. With our ADX sitting at 25.2 and the RSI at 55.2, the system is identifying a strong institutional reversal signal that overrides the current bullish market phase. We are closely monitoring the bearish order block at 4758.11, as this confirms our institutional sell bias and keeps our focus locked on the downside targets. Hey everyone, we have a critical flash event live on the terminal right now. The system has just executed a sell position at an entry price of 4738.99, with a stop loss set at 4747.59. We are targeting 3 profit levels. 0.20 lots at 4730.38, 0.15 lots at 4726.08, and 0.10 lots at 4721.77. This move is a direct response to a bearish sweep, as the market just fell into an institutional trap where liquidity was wiped out above the recent highs. With an ADX of 22 and an RSI at 57.9. We are seeing the momentum shift as the banks push price away from those manipulated zones to rebalance the order flow. Keep a close eye on the order blocks near 47.58 and the fair value gaps below, as these will be key areas of interest while we look for this bearish bias to play out across the session. Attention everyone, we have a critical flash event live on the terminal. The system has just executed a sell position at 4738.99, with a stop loss set at 4747.59. We are targeting profit at 3 distinct levels. 0.20 lots at 4730.38, 0.15 lots at 4726.08, and 0.10 lots at 4721.77. The market is currently showing a classic institutional trap where price swept liquidity above the highs, and our forensic data confirms a bearish sweep setup despite the broader bullish trend. With the relative strength index at 63 and ADX readings sitting at 24.9, we are observing a momentum surge that suggests a rapid reversal as the banks look to capitalize on the trapped retail buyers. We are keeping a close watch on the bearish order block at 4758.11, which serves as our primary structural interest point while this trade plays out. Attention traders. We have a high conviction flash event live on the terminal right now. The system has just executed a sell position at an entry price of 4738.99, with a stop loss set at 4747.59. We are targeting 3 specific liquidity zones with this trade. Looking for take profit 1 at 4730.38 with 0.20 lots. Take profit 2 at 4726.08 with 0.15 lots. And take profit 3 at 4721.77 with 0.10 lots. Looking at the forensic data, we are seeing an RSI of 65.9 and an ADX of 24. Which suggests that while the broader trend remains bullish, the market has hit an institutional bearish trap where liquidity has been swept above the recent highs. The system has identified this as a classic reversal setup, focusing on the bearish order block at 4758.11 to catch the momentum. As the market attempts to correct back toward our lower targets, stay sharp, as we are navigating this active trend while keeping a close eye on the volatility rising across the board. Hey everyone, thanks for checking in with AutoTrader 247. Looking at our current telemetry, we are seeing a classic institutional trap playing out as the market wipes out liquidity above the highs. And with the ADX sitting at 19.1, we are currently in a low volatility, sideways consolidation phase that requires patience. Our technical bias remains firmly bearish, and we are closely monitoring that bear order block at 4754.53 as we wait for the necessary momentum to confirm our next entry into this market. Hey Chanmini Bormi, That is a fantastic question, and I am glad you are paying such close attention to the charts with us today. Right now, we are seeing a very interesting scenario on gold where the market is flashing a bullish trap, meaning the banks have just swept the liquidity located under the recent lows to trigger stop losses. While our overall technical bias remains bearish with a trend down regime, the current market phase is showing signs of an institutional trap which often precedes a rapid reversal to the upside. We are currently scanning the structure with an ADX of 22.6 and an RSI sitting at 56.3, indicating that while the sellers are currently leading the direction, we are in a period of low volatility where price is consolidating. We are officially waiting for a bear rally to provide us with a high probability entry. So we are keeping our eyes locked on those key order blocks near 47.49 and 47.42. Please remember that this is for educational purposes only, and we are here to observe the institutional footprint as the market unfolds. Hey everyone, looking at the current market state for XAUUSD, we are seeing a bearish trend regime confirmed by a market structure break, though the momentum remains quite flat with an ADX reading of 18.6. Our system is currently identifying a classic bullish trap where the price has swept liquidity below the recent lows, and we are monitoring the bullish order block at 47.49.65 as a key area of interest for a potential institutional reversal, while the RSI sits at 54.4, suggesting a lack of strong directional conviction. Our gate status remains active as we wait for the necessary momentum to align with our sell bias. Please remember that this analysis is for educational purposes only and does not constitute financial advice, so always manage your risk accordingly. Hey everyone, looking at the current market activity for gold, we are witnessing a classic institutional trap where the banks have swept liquidity below the recent lows to shake out retail participants. Our forensic metrics show an ADX of 15.6 and an RSI at 56. indicating that while we are in an active bullish trend, we are currently waiting for a momentum spike to confirm our next entry. The system is closely monitoring a bullish order block sitting at 47.49.65, and we are maintaining a bullish hunting bias as we look for the price to recover from this liquidity sweep. Stay patient while we watch for the gate status to transition from waiting for momentum into an active execution phase. Hey there, welcome back to the desk. Looking at the current data, we are seeing a momentum surge with the ADX reading at 26.9 and the RSI sitting at 63.5, which suggests we are in a period of active bullish trend development. However, I want everyone to keep a very close eye on the price action right now because we have just identified a significant bearish sweep at 4751.24. The system is flagging this as an institutional trap where the banks have likely cleared out retail stop losses above the highs. So we are currently maintaining a cautious buy bias while we watch for a potential reversal back down toward our primary order block levels at 4749.65. Welcome to the desk, everyone. Looking at our current telemetry for gold, we are observing a significant bearish trap where the market has swept liquidity above the highs, suggesting that this recent bullish momentum surge may be an institutional setup to lure in retail buyers before a potential reversal. With an ADX sitting at 25.1 and an RSI at 65.6, we are seeing rising volatility and a clear buyer's lead, but our system is strictly monitoring the order blocks near 47.51 and 47.53 as we prepare for price action to react to this liquidity sweep. Hey everyone! Looking at our current telemetry for XAUUSD, we are currently navigating a bullish market structure following a recent break.
you
Hey everyone, welcome back to the desk. Looking at the current data for gold. We are seeing the market in a state of consolidation with an ADX reading of 29.4, which suggests that while the trend is technically active, the price action is currently trapped in a tight sideways range. Our institutional forensic tools are identifying a high density of liquidity pools and fair value gaps clustered between 47.51 and 47.58. So the system is maintaining a buy bias while we wait for the smart money to engineer a proper trap before we deploy any capital. Hey everyone! Looking at the current market profile, gold is currently caught in a tight consolidation phase as we test a significant institutional order block at 4758.72. Our forensic telemetry shows an ADX of 23.5 and an RSI hovering at 53.7, which confirms that volatility is low and we are currently navigating a bear trap scenario while we wait for a clear change of character in the structure. We are maintaining a strictly bearish hunting bias at the moment, but the system is staying disciplined and will hold off on any new entries until the market provides the necessary liquidity sweep to confirm our next high probability institutional trade. Hey there, everyone, and welcome back to the desk. Looking at our current telemetry, we are seeing a classic bullish sweep play out as the market wipes out retail stops under the lows, confirming our institutional buy bias. With the ADX sitting at 22.8 and the RSI hovering at 56.8, volatility is clearly on the rise, and we are currently monitoring the bullish order block at 4751.96. As we wait for a definitive change of character to confirm our next entry. Welcome everyone. We are currently navigating a consolidation phase on XAUUSD, where the market is testing a critical bank floor at the 47.56 level. With our ADX sitting at 22.5 and the RSI hovering around 49.2, the current trend strength remains neutral, signaling that we are in a high conviction waiting period while the system monitors the bull order block for a potential change of character. We are maintaining a strategic buy bias, but we are being extremely disciplined because the gate status is currently identifying a bull trap, meaning we need to see clear structural confirmation before we pull the trigger on any new institutional positions. Good morning everyone, and welcome back to the desk. Looking at our current telemetry for XAUUSD, we are operating in a range-bound environment with an ADX of 17.7 and an RSI hovering near 59, which confirms that market momentum remains low and we are strictly in a consolidation phase. Our forensic scan is currently highlighting a bullish liquidity sweep, and we are paying close attention to the order block sitting at 47.55.14 as we wait for the necessary momentum to trigger our next institutional grade entry. We are maintaining a range bias for now, but with the banks having just cleared liquidity under the recent lows, we are positioned to capitalize on a potential reversal once the system confirms the trap is set and the structure begins to shift. Hey everyone, thanks for checking in with the Auto Trader 247 live stream. We are currently observing a sideways market phase where the gold price is hovering around 4762.85. And while our ADX reading of 38.3 suggests a strong trend, the RSI at 71.2 indicates we are currently pushing into overbought territory. Our institutional logic is strictly in a wait-and-see mode right now as we monitor for a liquidity trap, specifically watching the interaction between the bull order blocks near 47.58 and the various equal high and low liquidity pools clustered in this range. We are holding a technical buy bias, but as always, we will remain patient until the market provides the high probability sweep or order block rejection we need to trigger our next entry. Hey everyone, thanks for joining the live stream as we monitor the gold markets this morning. Right now, our forensic telemetry shows an ADX reading of 51.5 paired with an RSI at 72.3, which indicates a strong trend environment where buyers are currently leading the charge. We are currently observing a sideways to consolidation phase, and our system is specifically waiting for a liquidity trap or order block confirmation as price works to fill institutional gaps near 47.64. We are maintaining a bullish technical bias while keeping a close eye on the hourly bearish structure. So we will remain patient until the market provides the precise institutional setup we require to execute. Hey there. It is a pleasure to have you with us today as we monitor the gold markets here on Auto Trader 247. Looking at our current telemetry, we are seeing a trend down regime with an ADX reading of 39.2, which confirms a strong underlying trend, while the RSI at 54.1 shows the market is currently stabilizing within a sideways consolidation phase. Our system is currently waiting for a clean trap, specifically monitoring institutional magnets and fair value gaps around the 47.60 price level, as we look for price to exhaust its current move before we commit to any new entries. We are maintaining a bearish bias and keeping a very close eye on the liquidity pools stacking up near 47.58 to ensure we only enter when the institutional order flow aligns with our strict entry criteria. Hey there everyone. Welcome back to the live desk. We are currently observing a very interesting setup on gold as the market consolidates and taps into a series of strong bank order blocks, specifically the one near 47.58.54, with our ADX reading at 32.5 indicating a strong trend and the RSI hovering at 36.9. We are maintaining a bearish technical bias while keeping a close eye on a potential bull trap. So we are waiting for a clear change of character before we commit any capital to this move. Hey there, it is a pleasure to have you with us today as we monitor the current price action on gold. Looking at our live telemetry, we are currently seeing a sideways consolidation phase with the market touching a significant bank floor at 4758.54, which is a key bullish order block we have been tracking. With the ADX sitting at 32.4, we are acknowledging a strong trend environment, though the RSI at 40.8 suggests we should remain patient and wait for a clear change of character before committing capital. Our institutional bias remains bearish, and we are currently avoiding any active positions while the system identifies a potential bull trap, ensuring we only engage when the market logic aligns perfectly with our high conviction setup criteria. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Looking at our current telemetry, we are seeing a classic bearish trap unfold as the market has just executed a liquidity sweep above the recent highs, with an ADX reading of 21.6 and an RSI hovering at 48.7. The trend strength remains neutral, but our system has identified a significant bearish shift at the 4763.84 level. We are currently maintaining a gate status of blocked because the market is displaying toxic volatility, so we are keeping a close eye on the order block at 4758.54 while we wait for the institutional logic to align for our next move. Good morning, everyone. We are currently observing a fascinating liquidity sweep on XAUUSD as the market navigates a sideways consolidation phase, with our ADX sitting at 23.8 and the RSI hovering right at 50.6. The trend strength remains neutral, signaling that we are in a high conviction waiting period for the next structural shift. We are currently tracking a significant bearish trap where the institutions have wiped out liquidity above the recent highs, and our system is now prioritizing a change of character before committing to any new positions. Keep a close eye on the order blocks clustered around 4758.54, as these zones will be critical for determining whether the market confirms this reversal or continues to oscillate within this tight range. Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to the desk. Right now the market is in a state of consolidation with our ADX sitting at 19.9, indicating a lack of directional momentum that keeps us in a wait-and-see posture. We are currently observing a classic institutional trap where price recently swept liquidity above the highs, and while our technical bias leans toward a buy, we are exercising extreme caution as the H1 timeframe remains bearish and we monitor for a clean entry near our bullish order block at 4758.54. Hey everyone! Looking at our current telemetry for XAUUSD, we are seeing a classic institutional trap unfolding as the price recently swept the liquidity above the 4760.22 swing high, with our ADX sitting at 17.2 and the RSI hovering at 50.1. The market is currently lacking the directional momentum required to trigger a new entry. So we are patiently waiting for the gate to align with a stronger trend signal. We are keeping a very close eye on the bearish order block sitting right at 4764.59, as this is a key zone where smart money is likely looking to defend their position and potentially force a reversal. Stay disciplined and keep your focus on the structure, because in these low momentum environments, the best trade is often the one you choose not to take until the institutions confirm their next move. Welcome to the desk, everyone. Looking at our current telemetry for XAUUSD, we are seeing an ADX of 22.3 and an RSI of 43.2, which confirms that while seller momentum is currently leading, the trend strength remains relatively neutral and cautious. Our internal systems have flagged a significant bullish trap, as the market has recently swept liquidity under the lows to hunt stop losses. And we are now monitoring a critical bullish order block at 4758.54 as we wait for the institutional shift to confirm our next entry. Good morning everyone, and welcome back to the desk. We are currently observing a bearish sweep on XAUUSD, where the market has just executed a classic institutional trap by running the liquidity above the recent highs. With our ADX reading at 14.9 and the RSI hovering at 45, the market is currently lacking the directional momentum required for a high probability entry. So we are patiently waiting for the gate status to shift as we monitor the order blocks clustered around 47.58. We are maintaining a technical buy bias while acknowledging the broader hourly bearish structure. And we will continue to scan for these liquidity traps to ensure we are positioned on the right side of the smart money flow. Hey everyone! We are currently seeing a classic bullish trap unfold as the market wipes out liquidity beneath recent lows, signaling that institutional players are positioning for a reversal. With our ADX sitting at 12.8 and the RSI neutral at 49.2, the system is waiting for momentum to build above 20 before we engage, while keeping a close watch on the bullish order block at 4758.54. We are maintaining a bullish technical bias despite the bearish hourly structure. So we are staying patient and disciplined until the market logic confirms our entry criteria. Hey everyone! Welcome back to the live desk. Looking at the current data, we are seeing a bearish sweep in play as the market attempts to navigate a complex liquidity Landscape near 4758.96. With our RSI sitting at 50.2 and the ADX holding at 20.7. The trend strength remains relatively neutral, signaling that the institutions are currently trapping participants above the highs before we look for our next entry into a discount zone. We are actively monitoring several key order blocks and liquidity traps in the 47.58 range. So stay patient while the system waits for the proper market logic to confirm our next move. Hey everyone, welcome back to the desk. Right now, we are seeing a clear bullish trap unfolding as the banks sweep liquidity under the lows. But with the ADX sitting at 14.3 and the RSI at 44.2, the overall market momentum remains quite muted. Our system is currently holding a sell bias while we wait for the price to interact with the key bullish order block at 4758.11, keeping a close eye on the institutional behavior around these liquidity pools before we commit to our next move. Hey there, traders. Looking at our current telemetry for XAUUSD, we are seeing a bearish market structure following a break of structure. Though the underlying momentum remains quite weak with an ADX reading of 14.3 and an RSI sitting at 39.9, the system is currently identifying a significant bullish trap where the banks have swept liquidity below the recent lows. And we are now closely monitoring the bullish order block at 47.58.54 as we wait for the necessary momentum to confirm our next move. Hey everyone, welcome back to the desk. Looking at the current XAUUSD telemetry, we are seeing a clear bullish trap unfolding as the banks have swept liquidity below the recent lows, setting up a potential reversal from our bullish order block sitting right at 47.55.14, with the relative strength index hovering at 38.2 and the average directional index at 25.6. The market is signaling a period of exhaustion within this bearish trend, and our system is currently scanning for the optimal institutional entry as we look to capitalize on this engineered liquidity gap. Welcome everyone to the floor. Let's break down the current state of the market for you. We are currently observing a bearish structure on gold with an ADX reading of 27.6 and an RSI at 42.2, which confirms that sellers are currently in control despite the low volatility environment. Our system is identifying a major bullish trap at the 47.56 level, where institutional liquidity was swept to trigger retail stop losses. So we are maintaining a strict bearish bias while we wait for a clean rally to provide a high probability entry point near our established order blocks at 47.64. Hey everyone! We are currently tracking a fascinating setup on gold as the market attempts to recover from a classic institutional bullish trap where stop losses were hunted below the recent lows. With our ADX sitting at 26.5 and the RSI showing a neutral 45.9, we are currently waiting for the price to pull back into our designated discount zone. Specifically watching the bullish order block resting at 47.55.14 to confirm our next entry. My technical bias remains firmly bullish here, as we look for the system to capitalize on this liquidity sweep once the market demonstrates sufficient strength to sustain a move back toward our overhead targets. Welcome back to the desk, everyone. We are currently observing a significant liquidity sweep on XAUUSD, where the market has executed a classic bullish trap by clearing out stop losses below the recent lows. With our ADX sitting at 32.6 and the RSI at 36.1, the data confirms a strong bearish trend in play. However, our system is currently holding firm in a blocked state, as we are identifying a high level of toxic market movement around the order blocks at 47.55.14. We remain disciplined and patient, waiting for the institutional footprint to stabilize before we look for our next high probability entry point. Attention everyone, we have a live flash event hitting the terminal right now. The auto trader system has just executed a new sell position on XAUUSD as we navigate this active bearish trend. The entry price is 47.55.81, with a stop loss set at 47.58.64. We are scaling out of this position across 3 targets to lock in gains effectively. Our first profit target is at 47.52.98 for 0.20 lots. The second target is 47.51.57 for 0.15 lots. And our final take profit is at 47.50.16 for 0.10 lots. We are currently operating with a clear bearish bias as the market structure confirms a break of structure to the downside, while the advisor notes a potential bullish trap where the banks have swept liquidity below the lows. Our institutional grade logic is leaning into the current momentum with an ADX reading of 38.6, signaling a strong trend. We are keeping a close watch on the price action as it moves, maintaining our professional discipline and letting the system manage the risk exposure. Stay sharp as we continue to track these levels closely to see how the market reacts to these institutional zones.
Okay, first I log into my account and then Okay, first I look into
Hey there, traders! Looking at our live telemetry for XAUUSD, we are currently navigating an active trend in a bearish phase with our system identifying a clear institutional bullish trap. Regarding our open positions, our primary entry was initiated at 4755.84. With the current market price sitting at 4755.32. We are seeing a tight consolidation as the market reacts to the liquidity sweep. We are currently holding 3 positions with a combined volume of 0.45 lots. And I am pleased to report a floating profit of $11.70. We are maintaining a sell bias while we monitor the order blocks and fair value gaps for the next move. So stay sharp as we continue to track this price action. Hey everyone, welcome back to the desk. Looking at our active positions on gold, we are currently holding 3 open trades with a combined volume of 0.45 lots. Our primary focus remains on the oldest entry price of 4755.84. With the current market price sitting at 4754.92. We are seeing a healthy floating profit of 29.70 across these positions. We are currently navigating a bearish trend with our stops set at 4758.64, and we are targeting take profit levels at 4752.98, 4751.57, and 4750.16. The market is showing signs of an institutional bullish trap. But we remain disciplined and focused on the technical structure as we monitor this move. Hey everyone, let's take a look at our current standing in the market. Right now, our oldest open position was initiated at 4755.84. With the current market price sitting at 4752.82, we are seeing some solid movement in our favor, contributing to a total floating profit of 124.20 across our 3 active positions. While the broader structure shows a bearish break of structure, we are keeping a close eye on the current bullish sweep activity, as the market is showing classic signs of an institutional trap below these lows. We will continue to monitor these levels closely as we look to capitalize on the ongoing price action. Hey there, traders. We just saw a textbook execution on XAUUSD as our latest sell order hit its profit target and closed out for a solid gain of $57.40. The system capitalized on that downward momentum, entering at 4755.84 and successfully navigating the volatility to lock in that profit. Right now, our technical bias remains firmly bearish with an active trend down regime, even as we identify a bullish trap unfolding in the current price action. You see, the institutional players have just wiped out stop losses under the recent lows, creating a classic trap that often precedes a rapid reversal. So we are staying patient and scanning for the next high probability setup, with 2 positions currently open totaling 0.25 lots and a floating profit of $65.25. We are maintaining our disciplined stance while the market shows us its hand. Keep your eyes on the charts and remember that in this game, reading the liquidity sweeps is just as important as identifying the trend itself. Hey there, looks like we have a fascinating setup unfolding on XAUUSD today. Our forensic telemetry shows an ADX of 26.2 and an RSI hovering at 49.3, signaling that while the trend is currently bearish, the overall momentum remains in a neutral state as we navigate this consolidation. We are keeping a very close watch on the bullish order block sitting right at 4751.96, while simultaneously monitoring the institutional traps that wiped out liquidity under the recent lows. The system is currently holding the gate status as blocked because we are identifying a classic bullish trap, and we want to ensure we do not get caught on the wrong side of a rapid reversal while the market remains in this volatile, low liquidity environment. Hey there. Looks like we have a fascinating setup unfolding in the gold market today. Our forensic telemetry is showing an ADX of 27.3 and an RSI sitting at 66, which confirms a period of active trend momentum that we are watching very closely. Right now, the system is identifying a significant bearish trap where the banks have clearly swept liquidity above the recent highs, and we are tracking an institutional order block waiting at 4764.59. We maintain a firm bearish bias as we monitor the price action around these key structure levels. So stay sharp while we wait for the market logic to align with our entry criteria. Hey there, traders. Looking at our current telemetry for XAUUSD, we are seeing a strong trend environment with an ADX reading of 35.4 and an RSI sitting at 65.2, confirming that buyers are currently in the driver's seat. However, I want to caution everyone that we are observing a classic bearish trap where the banks have swept liquidity above the highs, and with our system identifying a bearish sweep setup at 4,759.06. We are maintaining a high level of institutional vigilance as the market looks to potentially reverse from these elevated levels. Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in to the live desk today. We are currently observing a classic bearish trap where the market has swept liquidity above the recent highs. And with an ADX of 25.3 and an RSI sitting at 39.4, our forensic analysis confirms a lack of sustained bullish momentum despite the recent structure shift. My system is currently standing by, maintaining a strict sell bias while we monitor the interaction between the current price of 4754.19 and the nearby bearish order blocks located at 4759.82 and 4760.74. We are exercising extreme patience here, as the gate status remains blocked to prevent us from falling into the very trap the institutions are currently setting for retail participants. Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in to the AutoTrader 247 live feed. We are currently observing a fascinating development on the XAUUSD chart where the market has executed a distinct bullish sweep, clearing out liquidity to trap retail sellers below the major lows. With our forensic data showing an ADX of 23.6 and an RSI at 39.1, the trend strength is currently muted, but we are keeping a very close watch on the bullish order block sitting at 4751.96. Our institutional bias remains focused on the potential for a rapid reversal, as we wait for a clear change of character to confirm that the smart money is indeed shifting the momentum in our favor. Hey there everyone. Welcome to the floor. We are currently observing a bearish trend in the gold market with an ADX reading of 27.2 and an RSI hovering at 34, which suggests that while momentum is present, we are approaching a critical decision point. Our system has identified a significant bullish trap where institutional liquidity was swept under the lows, and we are now tracking a key bullish order block at 4751.96 as we wait for a potential bear rally to exhaust itself. Stay sharp, as we are maintaining a strict sell bias and keeping a close eye on these liquidity levels to ensure we only engage when the market structure aligns with our institutional mandate. Welcome to the floor, everyone. Currently, we are observing a bearish structure in the market with an ADX reading of 20.40, indicating that the trend strength remains relatively neutral as we navigate this low volatility environment. Our system is identifying a classic bullish trap where liquidity has been swept beneath the recent lows, and we are now monitoring the order blocks situated near 4751.96 as we wait for a clear bear rally to confirm our next institutional entry. Hey everyone, we are currently observing a bearish structure in the market with the RSI sitting at 35.2 and an ADX of 23.2, indicating that while the trend is active, it is currently lacking significant momentum. The system is identifying this as a classic bullish trap where the banks have swept liquidity below the lows, and we are currently monitoring the bullish order block at 4751. Hey everyone! Thanks for tuning in to the live feed. Right now, the market is trapped in a consolidation phase with an ADX reading of 24.7, which signals a lack of strong directional momentum, while our RSI at 59.7 suggests that buyers are currently taking the lead. We are tracking a bearish sweep setup and monitoring a significant bull order block at 47.53.98. As the system identifies a classic institutional trap where liquidity was pulled from beneath the recent lows. We are holding off on new entries until we see a definitive change of character in the price action. So stay sharp as we watch to see if this bounce holds or if the bears regain control of the structure. Hey there everyone! It is great to have you tuned in to the AutoTrader 247 stream today. Looking at our current telemetry, we are seeing a fascinating development as the market just completed a bearish sweep, which confirms our institutional bias remains firmly on the sell side, with an ADX reading of 26.7 and an RSI hovering at 59.7. We are currently observing a sideways consolidation phase that is setting up for a potential move lower, especially as we monitor the bearish order block at 47.59.44. We are maintaining a disciplined stance right now, waiting for the system to identify the optimal discount depth before we commit capital, ensuring we stay on the right side of the smart money trapped above these recent highs. Hey there traders. Welcome to the floor. Looking at our current telemetry for gold, we are currently observing a significant bearish trap where the banks have aggressively swept liquidity above the highs. And with an RSI sitting at 72, we are seeing signs of a potential exhaustion point in this consolidation phase. While the ADX remains neutral at 28, our system is strictly maintaining a bearish hunting bias and is currently waiting for a clear change of character confirmation before we engage. Specifically monitoring the order block located at 4753.98 as a key area of interest. We have 0 open positions at this moment, so we are keeping our eyes locked on the screen to ensure we catch the institutional move once the market logic aligns with our entry protocols. Hey everyone, let's take a look at the current landscape on XAUUSD as we sit in this consolidation phase. We are currently observing a significant bearish sweep, and with an RSI reading of 82.6, the market is showing classic signs of being overextended, while our ADX at 37.6 confirms that trend strength is actually quite high despite the sideways movement. The system is currently identifying this as an institutional trap where the banks have wiped out liquidity above the recent highs. So we are patiently waiting for a clear change of character before we commit any capital. We are keeping a close eye on the order blocks situated near 4,753 as these represent critical zones where we expect to see a reaction if the bearish momentum holds. Keep your focus sharp, as we are scanning for the perfect entry while the market tests these liquidity levels. Hey there, I see we have some new eyes on the feed today. So let us take a look at what the system is identifying on XAUUSD. Right now, we are seeing a significant bearish trap unfolding as the market has pushed up to 47.70.39, effectively clearing out liquidity above the recent highs. With our ADX sitting at 49.9 and the RSI reaching an overextended 82.6, the system is flagging a classic institutional sweep where the banks are likely inducing retail buyers before a potential reversal. We are currently monitoring a series of bull order blocks near 47.53 and watching for how the price interacts with these liquidity pools. So we remain disciplined while the system scans for the optimal entry point. Hey everyone! We are currently seeing a classic institutional trap playing out on XAUUSD as the market sweeps liquidity above the recent highs. With an ADX reading of 48.2 and an RSI pushing 75. The trend strength is undeniable. Yet our system has blocked new entries because of this toxic, overextended rocket ship price action. We are currently observing the price action around the 4,769.83 fair value gap, staying patient while the banks attempt to induce retail buyers into a trap before a potential reversal. Our technical bias remains focused on the buy side, but we are maintaining a strict hands-off approach until the market logic stabilizes and clears out the current bearish sweep setup. Welcome to the desk everyone. We are currently navigating a fascinating setup on gold as the market attempts to push through structural resistance. Looking at our forensic telemetry, we see an ADX reading of 34.9 paired with an RSI of 61.2, which confirms a strong underlying trend. Yet our gate status remains blocked due to the high volatility toxic conditions we are currently tracking. We are specifically watching the bearish sweep at 4771.07 as a major institutional trap, as the system identifies a significant liquidity grab above the highs that suggests a potential reversal is looming despite the broader bullish structure. Welcome to the desk, everyone. Let's break down the current state of gold. We are seeing a fascinating development as the market just executed a bearish sweep, effectively acting as an institutional trap to clear out stop losses above the recent highs. While our ADX at 28.3 suggests a moderate trend and the RSI sits at a neutral 53.2, our system is currently exercising extreme patience by waiting for a deeper bull dip. We are carefully monitoring the bullish order blocks positioned near 4753.98, as these levels represent the structural foundation where we expect the next institutional liquidity influx to trigger our entry. Hey everyone, welcome back to the desk. Right now, we are seeing a fascinating development on gold with our forensic scanners indicating a bearish trap following a liquidity sweep above the recent highs at 47.71. With the ADX sitting at 19.4 and our RSI neutral at 54.4. The market is currently caught in a low momentum holding pattern. So we are keeping a very close eye on the bull order block at 4753.98 as we look for the next institutional entry point. Welcome to the floor, everyone. Let us break down the current state of XAUUSD. We are seeing a significant bearish trap unfolding right now, as the market has just executed a liquidity sweep above the recent highs, which typically precedes a sharp reversal in institutional flow. While our ADX at 25.5 and an RSI of 62.3 suggest that bullish momentum has been present, we are currently monitoring the structural break in the bearish order block sitting at 47.71.07. We are maintaining a technical buy bias for the moment, but we remain vigilant for any signs of institutional exhaustion before we commit to our next position. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Looking at our current telemetry for XAUUSD, we are seeing a classic institutional trap play out where the market has swept liquidity above the highs, signaling a potential reversal. With our ADX at 25.1 and the RSI sitting at 51, the trend strength remains moderate, so we are patiently waiting for a pullback into our bullish order blocks near 47.53.98 to confirm our next entry. We are keeping a very close eye on the bearish sweep at 47.71.07, as that level is acting as a major magnet for price action right now. Stay sharp and keep your risk management tight, as we look for the system to trigger a high confidence setup once the market aligns with our institutional bias. Hey there. Thanks for checking in with the AutoTrader 247 system. We are currently observing a bearish sweep on gold, where the institutions have successfully triggered a liquidity trap above the recent highs at 4771.07, with our ADX reading at 19.5 and the RSI hovering at 55.6. The market is currently lacking the necessary momentum to sustain a directional breakout, so we are patiently waiting for the gate status to shift before we engage. We are keeping a close eye on the bull order block at 4753.98, as that level represents significant interest where we anticipate potential institutional reaction. If the price pulls back from this current trap, Hey everyone, welcome back to the desk. Looking at our current telemetry for XAUUSD, we are seeing a sideways market phase with an ADX reading of 21.4 and an RSI hovering at 58.9, which confirms that we are currently lacking any strong directional momentum. Our systems are currently detecting a bear trap scenario, so we are keeping a very close eye on the bullish order blocks located near 47.56 and the liquidity clusters sitting at 47.66, waiting for a clear change of character before we commit any capital to the market. XAUUSD 247. Let's dive into the current market conditions for XAUUSD. The regime is clearly in a downtrend, with a strong bearish momentum indicated by the ADX reading of 30.1, which suggests a strong trend. The RSI is sitting at 41.8, reflecting bearish conditions but not yet oversold. The market is in an active bearish trend phase, as confirmed by the recent break of structure to the downside. We're seeing sellers leading the charge. Although the EMAs are showing a slight bullish alignment, this might indicate some short-term upward corrections, but the overall bias remains bearish. The system is in a scanning mode, waiting for a potential bear rally opportunity, especially after what appears to be an institutional trap that wiped out stop losses under the lows. This trap could lead to a quick reversal to the upside, although the main hunting bias is still to sell. Keep an eye on how the price interacts with the swing high at 4768.71 and the swing low at 4764.25, as these levels could provide further insights into future price movements. XAUUSD 247. Great question. Let's dive into the order block analysis based on our telemetry data. Right now, the market is in an active trend down phase, and we're seeing a bearish break of structure. This setup indicates a strong bearish sentiment. However, the system is also highlighting a bullish sweep, which means there could be a rapid reversal if the stop losses have been targeted effectively. For order blocks, we have a couple of bullish ones positioned around 4756.94 and 4756.48. There's also a bearish order block at 4770.03. These levels are crucial as they represent areas where institutional players might be making their moves. Remember, these are potential zones of interest, and the market can be quite dynamic around these levels. Keep an eye on how price reacts if it approaches these areas. Currently, we are observing a strong downtrend in XAUUSD, as indicated by the ADX reading of 31.9, which signals a robust trend, while the RSI at 43.7 reflects bearish momentum. The system is carefully monitoring several strategic SMC levels, including a bearish order block around 4770.03, which could act as a resistance, and a series of bullish order blocks and liquidity traps near 4756.94, suggesting potential reversal zones. Hello traders. Let's take a look at our current position on XAUUSD. We have 3 open positions with a combined lot size of 0.45. Our oldest entry was at 4761.27. The current market price is around 4763.15, which means we are slightly above our entry price. This results in a floating loss of approximately $96.7. Our stop loss is set at 4767.29, while take profit levels are positioned at 4755.27, 4752.26, and 4749.26. The market is currently showing a trend down regime, but we're advised to be cautious as the recent price action indicates a potential bullish trap with a possible reversal. Let's keep monitoring the situation and adjust as needed. Currently, we have 3 open positions on XAUUSD with an initial entry price of 47.61.27. The stop loss for this position is set at 47.67.29. And the take profit levels are at 47.55.27, 47.52.26, and 47.49.26. As of now, the market is trading at 47.63.73, which places us slightly above our initial entry. Our floating profit and loss stand at a negative 122.8. This indicates that the market has moved against our initial position slightly. But we're closely monitoring the situation given the ongoing liquidity sweep event. Our hunting bias remains on the sell side, and we are prepared for any rapid market reversals as suggested by the current institutional trap setup. Hello to our viewers. Our trading system currently holds 3 open positions on XAUUSD with a total active lot size of 0.45. The first and oldest entry was a sell position at 4761.27. The market is presently trading at 4763.0, which means we are slightly above our initial entry price. As a result, our floating profit and loss stands at -$89.95. The market regime has shifted to a bullish trend, and although we face a floating loss, the system is continuously evaluating market dynamics to optimize outcomes. Stay tuned as we navigate these market conditions. The market is currently in a strong upward trend on XAUUSD, with the ADX at 38.3 signaling robust trend strength and an RSI of 60.8 indicating bullish momentum. The system is closely monitoring several significant SMC levels, including bullish order blocks around 4763.19 and liquidity traps near 4762.6, which could influence price action in the current active bullish phase. Currently, the XAUUSD market is experiencing a bullish trend, as indicated by the ADX reading of 27.8, which suggests a moderate trend strength. The RSI at 54.6 confirms a slight bullish bias, with the system closely monitoring several key SMC levels, including a bearish order block around 4,770.03 and various liquidity traps near 4,767.89, which could influence potential reversals or consolidations. Currently, we have 6 open positions on XAUUSD with a total of 0.9 lots active. The first entry was a sell position at 4765.11. As of now, the market price is at 4764.74, which is slightly below our initial entry. This brings our floating profit to $11.05. The current market regime is in a trend-up phase, but we are witnessing a bearish trap scenario, which might lead to a swift downward reversal. This situation necessitates close monitoring, as the price dynamics can change rapidly. Stay tuned for further updates as we continue navigating these market conditions. Hello everyone. Currently, we have 6 open positions on XAUUSD, with a total active lot size of 0.9. Our first and main entry was at 4765.11. The market is now trading slightly above at 4765.70, indicating a mild adverse move against our position. This has resulted in a floating loss of $75.35. It's important to keep an eye on the market dynamics as we're in an active bearish trend phase. Despite the broader regime showing an upward trend, the strategy is still in play, and we're closely monitoring for any signs of reversal or continuation in this trend. Hello there, traders. Let's take a quick look at our current open position on XAUUSD. We have initiated a sell position with an entry price at 4765.11. With the current market price at 4767.46. We are seeing a slight negative movement as the price has moved above our entry. At the moment, our floating profit and loss is showing a negative $233.75. It's important to monitor these dynamics closely, as the analysis suggests that we might be in a bearish trap, which could lead to a rapid price reversal. Our system's confidence remains at 100%, and we are standing by for any significant market changes. Stay tuned for further updates as the situation develops. Let's take a current look at our trading situation on XAUUSD. We have an open sell position that was initially entered at a price of 47.65.11. Our stop loss is placed at 47.68.71. And we're targeting take profits at 47.61.11, 47.59.21, and 47.57.31. Right now, the market price is at 47.66.70, which is slightly above our entry point, resulting in a floating loss of 165.35. The ADX is neutral at 17.1, indicating a lack of strong trend momentum, while the RSI is moderately bullish at 56.8. Our overall bias remains bearish, as we anticipate potential reversal opportunities given the current setup and market structure. Let's keep a close eye on how this develops. Currently, The XAUUSD market is in a bullish trend, as indicated by an ADX of 24.6, which suggests a moderate trend strength, and an RSI of 62.1, showing bullish momentum. The system is closely monitoring several bullish order blocks around the price levels of 4,756.94 and 4,763.19, as well as potential liquidity traps that could indicate rapid price movements, reinforcing the need for strategic positioning in this active market phase. Gold is currently experiencing an upward trend with a bullish structure, as indicated by the regime change to trend up and the RSI sitting at 71.1, which suggests overbought conditions, despite the ADX being neutral at 19.4, indicating moderate trend strength. The system is closely monitoring several bullish order blocks and liquidity equal highs around the 4,760 range, signaling potential areas of interest for institutional players. The current market phase for XAUUSD is an active bullish trend, with the ADX at 21.9 indicating a neutral trend strength while the RSI at 43.3 suggests a lack of strong momentum. The system is monitoring a series of bullish order blocks closely around the price levels of 4756.94 and 4763.19, providing potential points of interest for liquidity and institutional activity. Currently, the XAUUSD market is experiencing a strong downward trend, as indicated by an ADX reading of 34.3, which highlights the strength of the bearish momentum. The RSI at 40.7 suggests that the market is not yet oversold, leaving room for further downward movement. The system is closely monitoring several nearby bullish order blocks, with key levels around 4,756.94 and 4,756.48, as well as a series of bearish fair value gaps near 4,770.16, which could act as points of interest for potential market reversals or liquidity grabs. Stay tuned for any developments around these strategic levels. Currently, we're observing a robust bearish market structure on XAUUSD with an ADX reading of 34.6, indicating a strong trend, while the RSI at 46.2 suggests mild bearish momentum. The system is closely monitoring several key levels, including bullish order blocks around 4756.94 and liquidity equal highs at 4762.99, which may act as potential reversal zones in this complex market environment. Exciting news! The EA has just executed a new trade on XAUUSD, capitalizing on the prevailing trend-down regime. Here's the breakdown. It's a sell position with an entry price at 4766.11. The stop loss is set at 4772.13, while the take-profit targets are strategically placed at 3 levels. The first target is at 4760.08 with a lot size of 0.2. The second at 4757.07 with 0.15 lots. And the third at 4754.06 with 0.1 lots. This move reflects a classic institutional trap scenario, often followed by a sharp reversal. Despite the current bearish market phase and the bearish break of structure, the ADX stands at a neutral 24.8, indicating moderate trend strength. The RSI is at 50.5, suggesting a balanced momentum. Keep an eye on how this plays out as we navigate through these dynamic market conditions. Currently, we have 3 open positions on XAUUSD, with the first and oldest entry at 4,766.09. The market is trending downwards, and the current price is at 4,764.2. This reflects a slight move in our favor, contributing to a floating profit of $74.10. Our stop loss is set at 4,772.14, providing a risk buffer above the current market price. The active take profit levels are at 4,760.08, 4,757.07, and 4,754.06, aligning with our bearish bias and aiming to capitalize further on downward momentum. With the market phase being an active bearish trend and sellers leading, we remain cautiously optimistic about hitting our targets. Let's take a look at the current status of our open positions on XAUUSD. We're managing 3 active sell positions, with the first entry at 4766.09. Presently, the market price is at